To call this meeting back to order, and I will do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so as I recall, we were on item 7.3 now, correct? All right, and we have the delegation ready to present?
I'm here with all my friends.
For those online, he's sitting beside himself, with himself.
We can get started here in a minute. Okay, we'll get started. Good morning, Council. My name is Craig McEwen. I'm in the Deputy City Manager role for City Operations. So today we've got a follow-up discussion about enhancing LRT safety by looking at different options for repurposing the base budget currently used for commissionaires. So we've got a pretty broad delegation here, both in person and online. Today we're going to walk through the presentation with Carrie Hutton McDonald, who's the branch manager of ETS, along with David Jones, the branch manager of Community Standards. Next slide. So just as a quick recap, Council directed us to follow up with further analysis about using a modified version of one of the options we presented in the original report. And so really what that is taking the $5 million, and the option of being 3.4 million to implement a modified option 4, which is an enhanced citywide TPO deployment, and then taking 1.6 million to implement a safety attendant program deployed at hotspot locations during station opening times. So what we'll do first is walk through the TPO plan, and then what that station attendant plan would look like. So really what we're doing is we had a debate around here is administration's recommendation. There was an alternative option proposed. We took that away, did the analysis in terms of what does that alternative option look like, and we're here today to talk about what that alternative option would look like. So with that, I will pass it over to David to talk about the TPO plan.
Thank you and good morning. So the initial report indicated that the proposed TPO program growth was designed to prioritize proactive work, which has been shown to effectively reduce complaints and calls for service. The ultimate goal for any law enforcement organization is to use methods that have a deterrent effect, allowing them to prevent rather than respond to public safety incidents. So with the $3.4 million option, the focus on proactive roles was maintained as a priority, while still acknowledging the vital and necessary role of our reactive or patrol resources in the TPO program. So while the original $5 million option allowed for 50% resource allocation to proactive resources, this option, next slide. This option reduces the proactive capacity to 38% of frontline resources. That's still an increase from currently we're about 25% of our resources are assigned to proactive roles. So this means that in this proposal there are a net new 20 transit peace officers, 4 TPO sergeants, and 2 support positions. In order to respond to this request from the $5 million original plan, we reduced the following: 10 frontline TPOs, 2 transit peace officer inspectors, so these are managers who oversee use of force reviews, quality assurance on professional standards and operational oversight, and 1 support position. What this new plan means for Edmontonians is that one additional outreach worker would be added to the COT team for full 24/7 coverage. Those teams will be embedded in the patrol teams, so each patrol shift will have a dedicated COT support. Double the number of foot patrol or TCAT teams will be in our stations. By growing our program to 4 teams from the current 2, it will allow for better collaborative programming with the EPS Tracks program, and will provide 20 hours per day of coverage to our data-led hotspots, as Craig suggested. Edmontonians will also see us on LRT vehicles more, but scale back from the original request. While we will be able to move the current pilot train team into a full program, the growth proposed in the original plan will be scaled back. So we will be able to build 2 train teams to provide 10 hours of coverage per day on all LRT vehicles, 7 days a week, as opposed to the current 4 days a week. And with that, I will pass the presentation to Carrie to speak about the plan for safety attendant program.
Thank you, David, and good morning. So in this scenario, safety attendants would perform the following tasks: reporting incidents to the ETS Control Center, encouraging appropriate behavior and de-escalating situations where appropriate, responding to overdose-related activity, administering naloxone, greeting riders and answering any questions they may have, and doing spot cleaning, primarily picking up litter when they're doing their patrols. To maximize the benefits of safety attendants, administration will deploy these roles during periods of lower ridership, where we have less natural surveillance. So this includes after 5 p.m. as well as on weekends. This means that due to the smaller budget, we can't provide 24/7 coverage throughout the week, and we won't be able to cover the 19 stations that we have covered today. One of the trade-offs is about asking our riders to help out a bit more. With this change, when riders are present during the day, we would be asking them to report incidents, including any suspected overdoses, to us so that we can get the right response deployed. TPOs are mobile and moving across the network, so there is a chance that they might not be present when some of these activities take place. This could also mean that incidents take place and are not reported to us, which could have a bit of a negative impact on the rider experience, and depending on the incident, impact our infrastructure and assets. There are seasonal differences, as we've discussed, in how transit spaces are used, which means a seasonal deployment plan will also be used to try and maximize how we can use this budget. So what that means is from September 1st to April 30th each year, safety attendants will be deployed in the evenings, starting at 5 p.m. until the stations close at 2 a.m. They will not be in the stations during the daytime, Monday to Friday. On weekends, they will be there for the duration of the service day, from 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. In the spring-summer, we adjust the plan. So from May 1st to August 31st each year, we won't have daytime coverage throughout the week for all 7 days. So safety attendants would be deployed from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m., 7 days a week during that time period in the stations, providing evening coverage until the end of the service day. In addition, safety attendants will work in pairs so that we can ensure their own personal safety. This will also result in having safety attendants support 2 stations during the shift where it's feasible. Next slide. So based on incident as well as our overdose related data from 2024, we recommend deploying safety attendants at the following locations: Belvedere Station, Century Park, Clairview, Coliseum, Eau Claire, Kingsway, Royal Alex, McEwen Station, Northgate Station, Southgate, as well as University Station. Transit peace officers will be present in hotspot locations, as David had mentioned, and will be available to provide coverage for our downtown stations, including Churchill, Central, Corona, and Bay Enterprise. Due to the limited resources, we'll utilize predictive analytics to optimize our deployments, so these locations may shift. Please also note that the number of incidents requiring naloxone deployments has increased in 2025, with 285 instances in our spaces that the commissioners have responded to with naloxone. Next slide. So we look forward to receiving direction today from Council so that we can proceed with next steps, including developing our operations and implementation plan. So this will include developing a transition plan as well as comprehensive communications. And we would provide an update to Council about the timing of the changes and what to expect and how we are communicating them via a memo later this spring. Thank you, and we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you for the presentation, and I would like to take this time, because I'm not sure if we've officially done this, but we would like to congratulate Mr. Craig McEwen on his role as Deputy City Manager for City Operations. We appreciate your work, and yeah, congratulations.
You're too kind. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so we'll go to questions. Councillor Stevenson, you select this item. Would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm happy to put a motion on the floor that administration, and it is a very long motion, so my apologies, that administration reallocate the Commissioner's operating budget currently in the Edmonton Transit Services Branch, City Operations, as follows. 1, the 2025 operating expenditure budget for Edmonton Transit Service be reduced by $3.4 million on an ongoing basis, and the Community Standards and Neighborhoods 2025 operating expenses budget be increased by $3.4 million on an ongoing basis in order to implement the modified enhanced TPO deployment model as outlined in Attachment 5 of the City Operations Report, CO 02718 revised. And number 2, reallocating $1.6 million within Edmonton Transit Services to implement the safety attendant program as outlined in Attachment 4, the City Operations Report, CO 0271 revised.
Second.
Thank you. As a brief introduction, I just want to thank the teams very much for going away to do this additional work. I think it's provided us with very helpful information to inform our conversations. I've been reflecting on the quotation credited to Gabor Mate that safety is not the absence of threat, it is the presence of connection. And I'd modify this slightly to say that safety is not only the absence of threat. Truly, both of these conditions need to be present for people to feel safe, and especially on our transit and our transit spaces. So I'm incredibly grateful to the hard work of city peace officers, of our partners at EPS, who've done so much to address and respond to incidents on our transit system. The impact of their work is visible in the statistics that we see, the decline in crime severity on transit, and also just a very small fraction of incidents that do occur per ride, less than 1%. That's been incredible work, and this motion helps to build on that success by adding 26 new FTEs, including the 20 TPO, frontline TPOs. These resources will be further enhanced by the filling up of the remaining EPS officers for their TRACS program. At the same time, I'm also really excited to introduce an opportunity to address that other component, which is the presence of connection. Safety attendants, I think this program as it's laid out will really help to start to meet that. It is a consistent presence in stations, a friendly, helping hand when needed, and increased cleanliness, which has a huge impact on perception of safety. While the majority of this safety attendants are not going to be located in my area, I do think there is huge value in this approach, and also a great opportunity to test out this more holistic approach and scale up if successful, or pivot if not. So look forward to further discussion, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Next, we'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation, and hopefully everyone gets more friends throughout. So one of the things that occurs to me is I think we can all say that if one person feels unsafe, that's one person too many, right? And so I agree with Councillor Stevenson that this is great, and our statistics are great, but that 1%, do we know how many people that represents of incidents?
So the incident rate is relative to total ridership. So our busiest month last fall, we were over 6 million in linked trips, so complete kind of ridership number. To put that into perspective, it doesn't translate, because within the 1%, there's different categories. Some have different outcomes depending on the type as well.
So some people, it's just their own impact is occurring. For other people, it might be an interaction.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There's different factors.
All right. So thousands.
thousands of incidents
Yeah,
relative to
thousands of
ridership.
incidents. Yeah. So, and the reason I bring that up is because, and I'm not sure how to approach this with the public, because the narrative is that, well, we know that we live in a big, small town, and social media makes that town smaller. And so when people don't report, oh, I had a very normal day today, they report the things that happen. And so when someone goes online and they say, you know, I had this incident, or someone I know had this incident, transit's not safe, because it's such a small network of people, that becomes the rolling narrative and the narrative that media picks up on, and that becomes the perception, right? And so these are very practical steps toward that, toward continuing to improve the safety. How do we communicate to folks that, you know, there's something more happening here, and that,
Yeah.
you know, because you can't, you know, Councillor Hamilton put it correctly a few weeks ago. She said, you can't confront feelings with a book full of facts.
Absolutely. I think you're touching on a really important point. So once we get direction today, we're going to work on a really thorough communications plan, and it needs to be ongoing. And this will also link to the previous conversations we've had about communications that I think Councillor Knack had brought up the last time. How do we tell those positive stories and try and help balance the narrative? Not saying that someone's negative experience isn't valid. It absolutely is. But we also have lots of positive stories that we can tell as well. We've got the Oracle work underway, lots of great stories that we can tell from Oracle, and just create a more holistic perspective about the rider experience.
Okay, well, that's definitely one good step. I'm just curious, though, you know, the issue that I hear about the most is usually from young moms who are trying to take their kids on transit. They have to walk through a cloud of smoke, or they you know, try to navigate themselves to an entrance that they feel might be safe, because of they don't know what's going on with people sleeping on the stairs and things like that. So it's those like visceral incidents, I think, that really mean something. So I wonder if there's also paired with this some kind of concept of doing like sort of mass rollouts from time to time to show people that we are aware, because I think the narrative right now is that everyone sees everything that's happening and no one cares. Like this, that City Hall just doesn't care, which is obviously the furthest thing from the truth, but that's the perception.
Yeah, I'll just tee it up and get David to jump in about the kind of enforcement presence. I think there's a lot of work to look at, not just the enforcement response, but also the environment, and looking at, are there other things we can do to discourage the behavior? But as council has acknowledged, these are really broad social issues that are intersecting with transit. So it's not that I'm going to solve the houselessness crisis. I'm not going to be able to solve, let's say, the overdose crisis, but what can we do to make riders feel safer? And how can we do our best to address those issues? And I know David has a bit of a plan.
Yeah, one thing I would say is it's about balancing the actual safety with that perception of safety, especially that you're talking about. And you know, we look at the ETS surveys and really try to, we're aiming for that 0% of people not feeling safe in transit. Obviously, I mean that's an ultimate goal. But you know, one of the things that we're doing with the current kind of special joint forces work with the EPS right now, as we continue to hone our longer term plans, is, you know, we've got all of the ETS ridership data. So we know when our peak times are. So we're trying to hit hotspots in peak times to make sure lots of people see us, because that itself will help that perception of safety, as well as, you know, ultimately the goal of
Thank you.
real
Sorry,
safety.
we're over time. Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So I guess maybe just building on that perception of safety, we did this, you did this work at Back to School. I forget the name of the program, but there was a very, you know, emphasized presence on the LRT system. And my recollection from the committee conversation last week, I think it was last week, was that had a pretty significant effect. There was a direct correlation. Yeah? What was it? Here to help. Here to help. Thank you. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was fair to say. I think from Here to Help, we had some great actual safety stats. We had lots of great feedback from the community about, that visible presence. What I will say is because of staffing levels, that cost me $10,000 a week in overtime. And
But it had a lingering effect too.
it did, yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're trying to bake into longer term planning. That's what this, growth will, and why we're building it into the TCAP program, so we can be much more sustainable in our work with the EPS on projects like that. So it doesn't have to be a one-off special thing for a month.
But what I hear, not to put words in Councillor Paquette's mouth, but what I'm hearing is, do this, every once in a while, do this emphasis on being present. When I look at the station attendant description that has just been presented to us, that sounds a lot like what commissionaires do.
I think there's some additional aspects to it, so doing more of the de-escalation piece, more interaction and answering questions from riders, and then the spot cleaning.
How comfortable are those individuals going to be in de-escalating?
Well, I think based on the small budget, we will have to do this through a procurement process. We would spell out the requirements, and then we would assess them meeting those requirements. So we'd hold them to those requirements.
So in the report that came to committee, there was a number of options, and it was very clearly stated that the preference of administration was at option 4, which was effectively take this $5 million and hire as many TPOs as we could, because we knew that had a direct correlation to safety, to the perception of safety, and would work across the system. So now we're down to 2 options in my mind. That recommended option, or what has been presented to us today. Which, in your estimation, would be the better way to go?
So I think our recommendation remains what we presented in the original report. We want to try it, measure really closely, report back.
So you would like to stick to the original option 4, is that what I'm hearing?
That was in our report for a reason. That was our best advice. We've responded to the revised motion. We can implement either option. We're going to monitor closely and bring results back.
But if you had to pick between the 2, you would stick with option 4.
Administration's best advice was what was in the original report, which was converting fully to TPOs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. But didn't we also hear that people's perception of safety is also impacted by like a clean area or having more people around? So this does contribute to that perception, right?
It does. So perception of safety research says that comfort factors are really a big influence in addition to kind of the environment. More ridership helps and those types of things for sure.
Okay, and this new proposal here also includes an additional outreach worker, which ramps up the COT teams, right? So that's something new as well.
That's correct. Yeah. That's something that I think as we re-navigated the request, the motion back, kind of came as how could we leverage all of those resources as best possible in the most efficient way. But I think that's also something that we were thinking of doing and embedding them into patrol resources anyways as an operational decision, and so something that we could look at in the future, especially with the full $5 million.
Okay, and then you talk about the procurement process for the safety attendants. So it won't be the current commissionaires. I mean, they would have to apply.
Exactly. Like we have to take this away. We have to go through the procurement process, and then whoever is the right supplier, it's based on that procurement process review, that administration. This is part of the implementation planning that we need to do once we get direction today. That would be part of our next steps.
Okay, so it would still be contracted out. It wouldn't be city.
Yeah, we did the math, Sarah and I, and it's impossible to cover that many stations with such a small budget. To do it as a staff role would be really, we just can't do it. The math doesn't work.
Okay, because if that had been the case, I was going to wonder if they were temporary or permanent, given the seasonal sort of nature of the staffing that you're looking at. But okay, I think this is an excellent alternative. Thank you for rejigging things.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. I would like to go back the line of the question Councillor Cadmill asked. If the if this option and presented in front of us passed, does that mean and in our transit safety enhancement team we have TPO, we have EPS, we have commissioners, and we call like safeguards of securities and the safety attendance, the 4 different type of the resources. Is that how this looks like?
Hi, Councillor, it's Carrie. That's not quite right. So this revised plan removes commissionaires from stations. It replaces them with the 20 transit peace officers that David described. And then we would have some safety attendants in place in off-peak kind of evening and weekend times.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So then my next question is going to, since we implemented the ART and public transit safety plan and starting 2022, what's the feedback we received regarding commissioner, even we call commissioner, or right now we call the safety attendants? What's the public feedback? I really want to know, and from your perspective, because I do heard many feedback regarding that piece and from riders' experience.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of different things, and we've done some evaluation related work. So commissionaires have been helpful in intervening in mental health situations. They've reunited lost children. They've assisted riders who've had injuries in our spaces, and they've done naloxone deployments. They're approached oftentimes by riders who need support in the station. At the same time, we've also heard frustrations about wanting more enforcement resources and wanting to see boots on the ground who can enforce bylaws and more response from EPS members. And I know your office probably hears similar things. You get a bit of both. You've got people that say, where was the commissioner? I needed their help because they were patrolling and they didn't see them at the time. And then others who say, where are the TPOs? We need enforcement to deal with XYZ. So it's not 100% one way or the other. It's a bit mixed.
Okay, thank you. So you heard mixed, but I can tell you from my own experience, I heard through the community conversation and heard at people's doors, and through my visit neighborhoods is one side, and it's not mixed. One side, there are 2 comments here I want to share with you, get an answer from you. You already mentioned one side is about the people frustrated, want more TPOs, want more EPS officers, and they really, really care about the safety of the commissioners. And because those people working in sometimes in the dangerous situation, but what's the equipment we provided for them, even to ensure themselves feel safe. That is why I would like to get some information from presentation today and come back from original recommendation option 4, how to ensure the safety attendant, even for themselves, safe, make sure they're safe. I didn't say that piece there. So can you explain a little bit more and how we can even ensure by adding a little bit with most similar function as a commissioner and defined in this presentation, ensure those workers, or even you are going to do the procurement and to hire like outside resources, but how to ensure their safety.
Yeah.
And then,
sorry, Councillor, did you want me to answer that part?
Yeah. Sure.
So there's a few things that we do. We do a hazard assessment process with our occupational health and safety system, and we work closely with the provider to go through that process, and we put in different measures to support their safety. In addition to that, based on the hazard assessment results, we've adjusted the approach. So when we were coming out of the pandemic, They were working in individual locations as individuals. One of the strategies was to work in pairs to provide more safety support. We also have oversight from the control center, additional support from TPO patrols, et cetera. But we take it very seriously. We will work with whoever the proponent is, do the proper occupational health and safety reviews, and make sure that we're setting them up for success as best we can.
Thank you very much. My time is out, but this is not the answer I expected to receive. OHS will be everywhere, but this is a special work
Thank you,
place.
Councillor Rice. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a few questions. Again, really appreciate the work and analysis that was done. Just wanted to talk through the logic of focusing resources during peak time versus off-peak time from a TPO perspective. Do we have any data that speaks to people's perception of safety throughout different times of the day?
Well, I think from a perceptions perspective, it's definitely when you're amongst a lot of other people, you feel safer, and we hear that from riders, and more trepidation and concerns when there's less kind of natural surveillance from other riders. And I think that's when people feel a bit more exposed. And I think all of us who use transit can probably relate to that.
Yeah. So then I just want to go back, Mr. Jones. I think I heard you say sort of focusing on that peak time to get that visibility. I understand that logic. Just wondering if there are greater gains again, because if we can posit that other riders help contribute to a sense of safety, do we need TPOs to fill in that gap when there aren't a lot of other riders around?
So I think we got caught in this a little bit last time too, but what I would reiterate is we're a 24/7 operation. And so it's not that we're just there during peak ridership times. We're making concerted efforts during peak ridership times with this specific joint program with the EPS. The EPS Tracks team is also working 20 hours a day between their 4 teams, 7 days a week. And so, we have lots of presence. It's just we're coming together in some of those moments. We're also using, ridership time to identify hotspots in the evenings when there is lower ridership, and focusing much more on the EPS's crime data to go where there are sort of the most acute locations from a crime harm perspective. So we're covering both of those things in the way that we're doing this deployment.
Great. So not only sort of like hotspot instances, it's not just the number of incidents, but also like time of day, that temporal piece.
Correct.
Great. That's really excellent to hear. Do we have the capacity? So again, I think part of the proposition in this motion is being able to test out a new solution. We've never had safety attendants, so of course we want to understand the impact that they may or may not have. Is it possible to collect station-specific perception of safety data, or do we have a way to break that down?
Yeah, we're actually talking about doing a really targeted study on perceptions of safety. We've been doing some focus groups through the Edmonton Student Alliance, which has been really cool with the post-secondary students. That's going to lead to a post-secondary student survey.
Great.
And some of the findings they're just helpful. We want to do a deeper dive, I think, with all riders and really spell out specific questions. I think what's happening, sometimes people feel uneasy and report it as feeling unsafe. We want to explore those dynamics. Are they different concepts? Are they the same concept? So it's a bit nerdy, but I think we will be digging in deeper and have lots of good data. And I agree with you, looking at it at a station-by-station level, time of day, bus versus LRT, et cetera. I think all of that can be really helpful.
Great. That's really exciting. That gives a lot of rich data that helps refine our response. And then a very last one, my hope with the safety attendants is also just, supporting some of the cleanliness aspects, because again, I think we can have great cleaning services. They can come by multiple times a day, but if a big mess gets made 5 minutes after they leave, then what's kind of happening in the meantime. So just particularly for the downtown stations, recognizing that there won't be safety attendants in those spaces, are there other approaches we can take to help enhance cleanliness in those areas?
Yeah, there are. I think we're working on processes related to the enhanced cleaning that's already funded and looking at span of service and hours of deployment to make sure they're there, similar to the conversation we just had about off-peak versus peak.
Right.
So that'll help. I think we're also looking at, are there infrastructure tweaks we can make to discourage, let's say, inappropriate use of certain aspects of the stations? So if we need to just modify something, we're going to do that as well. And I think also looking at ways, based on the last conversation, it might have been Councillor Jan's mentioning, oh, I witnessed, a spill. Well, how does a rider report that to us? So we're going to work on those processes as well, so we can all be involved in kind of keeping our stations clean.
Oh, that's a great point. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. Just so I'm clear on the safety attendants, there will be 10 locations as outlined in your slide 5, and then they will move around based on predictive analytics, but they will be moving around in those 10 locations.
So I think what it will mean is we'll have pairs responsible for 2 stations at a time. And then we're going to use our analytics. So all of a sudden, and Peter works in the control center, so I'll use his name. So if Peter's team identifies we've got an emerging hotspot around some of these activities, let's say some of the overdose activity, we might need to pivot and say, okay, temporarily, we're going to focus the teams on those locations. So the list of 10 may shift, but we will always be able to serve 10.
Okay. And then on the TPO side, on the train team side, so it's a reduction of from the 4 that was in the original option 4 to 2, and this will be based on the hotspot data with the 38% of time, kind of the proactive.
Yeah, those teams would be considered a proactive team, and so they're accounted for in that 38%. They will be dedicated to largely riding the LRT and being in the LRT vehicles, so they will be creating that visible presence, peak times, off-peak times, later on in the evening, but also doing all of the, the expected fare inspections that we have too.
Yeah, I think my concern with this combination of expenditure is that we might see somewhat reduction in service in the Valley Line Southeast. I get that there's going to be 2 additional train team, but previously with the commissionaires, there was some presence at the Millwoods Town Center. They will no longer be part of this iteration. So that concerns me, and I hear regularly that proactive approach is what people want to see happen. So that's kind of where I'm struggling with the motion. And I think the other thing I wanted to ask about, it's not on the table here because if I'm understanding then, Carrie, the activation piece, that you will find alternative ways of continuing some of those.
Yeah, Sarah's here and might be able to jump in, but we were doing research around different grant opportunities. Sarah, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, we have some grant ideas that are coming up soon that we may be able to use to do that. And since that's, a smaller amount and ongoing, we thought that using those opportunities instead of this, 5 million and focus on security personnel with
I think that's a good approach. I mean, I will say I joined the Oracle team last week. I really, really appreciate the approach. I think maybe I'll just put that out there. I think that is a form of activation. I don't necessarily see it in the list, but I will value that because I can see riders' response to people just walking around and asking them about storytelling. And I think it's more than just a communication exercise. I would love to see something like that continue, however you figure that out. But I appreciate it's not on the table today, but I'm glad to see that you're exploring those other
I just want to
means.
say on record, we totally agree. We're excited about it. When I talk about communications, that's just one example, but incorporating those stories, that's great qualitative insights. It can help inform service plans. I want to, market it and let people know about these stories. We've got some really cool ideas that we're working on, and we'll be happy to follow up and let council know more as we firm up our plan.
Great, I look forward to that. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Is it admin's because admin was asked to do this, I just want to be clear. Is it admin's professional recommendation that we discontinue the relationship with the former commissioners, the former piece, and we move towards this enhanced TPO model? Like, is this a decision you're bringing us because council asked for it, or like if you could do anything, would you rather go back to commissioners?
So we had a motion that we were responding to that said, bring us options to repurpose the budget you're using for commissionaires. I took that as direction from
Yeah, okay.
council to say, show us.
Because I
Your
understand we've been
options.
studying it, looking at it. I know there's been a conversation ongoing for a while too.
So our response to that and our best recommendation was the original report. And then we got direction through the conversation to consider coming back with an alternative scenario. We've done that. We can implement either of these. We just need direction today before we leave.
Sure. And just being clear, we have video camera surveillance over all of our stations now that is monitored. Is that correct? So even absent commissioners, there are eyes on all stations at all times in a sense.
That is correct. We have at least 4 transit security dispatchers on shift at any given time monitoring the nearly 4,000 security cameras on our system, yes.
Okay. Secondly, timeline. If we go with, for sake of argument, option 4 or option 3, there's a hiring, training, front like loading, etc. When would these changes take effect? And then how does that timeline mesh with the commitments by the police and the provincial government to provide more bodies to transit as well?
So I'll speak to the first part and see if David can answer the second part. The first part, we need the direction first to know which scenario. Then we're leaving today and looking at the financial transaction, the budget I need to transfer to David from my branch means that's how we scale down our commissioner coverage. So the operations plan I mentioned at the beginning, once we get your direction, that's immediately what the teams are going to work on and figure out the timing, how we communicate the change, what does it mean for riders, what does it mean for staff, and we'll send a memo to council summarizing all of those next steps.
Okay.
So from my perspective, the TPO hiring we have to do in sort of 2 waves in order to cover how many people we can put through basic recruiting class and also field training at the same time. We're limited by how many field trainers we have in the TPO world. So we anticipate that we'd be done, whether it's the $3.4 million option or the $5 million option, we'd be boots on the ground, the whole complement by, let's say, June of next year. I think with respect to your question of the EPS, my understanding is the budget's there. It's just about how they balance attrition and all their other hiring needs with respect to also scaling up the train teams. And so that's a question that would be best placed to the commission.
So given the fact that the additional TPOs would be doing proactive work, which is important, is there a scenario where we get more EPS members that are funded, more TPOs, and now we're up to, say, 70% proactive work or even redundancy?
Well, I don't know if we'd ever get to 70%. I think, we still need to keep a fairly large component of our resources in our patrol. They handle the daily calls for service, the lockup procedures at the end of shift, overnight overwatch of all of the stations in the network. So I don't know as though we'd be able to limit it down to that number, especially with, to be able to cover minimum staffing and vacation and sick time and that kind of thing. So
right.
Certainly, the value add of having us working with the EPS, that's been it's been great in the last couple of years. It's great right now as we're working with them even on honing that even further.
Finally, overtime. So if we go with the motion today or the original admin recommendation, would that have a kind of a cost-saving effect on your overtime?
Yeah, I anticipate it would. I think we'd have to look at some of, I talk about the Oilers playoff run costing me money last year, with overtime. So some of those special events, we'd have to look at balancing what this would look like in either of these models. But I would suggest that, like I mentioned earlier, the Here to Help campaign costs $10,000 a week in order to staff. Right now, we're at about $5,000 3 weeks into to this new sort of concerted effort with the EPS, but probably we'll see that uptick with some of the pressures were kind of revealing themselves with us not having the TCAT teams, only 2 of the 4 TCAT teams. So we're having to call more people in to kind of balance the patrol needs and make sure we're responding to Peter's team when they're calling us and not just saying, hey, we're busy for the next few hours, because that's not really an option for us. So, yeah.
Okay. I want both. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Just to confirm, so let's assume we went the safety attendance option, comparing I don't know if I can talk. So we had a list of commissioner deployment of, I think it was 21 stations, 2 of which weren't included in 2025, so 19 stations. If we go the safety attendant program, essentially what I should do is look at those 10 combined with the TPOs in the 4, and there's 5 stations that will have close to zero coverage, or
Correct.
reactive coverage.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
they're lower on the list. Let's be clear, it's data driven. They are lower on the list in terms of incident numbers.
Yeah.
Therefore, that's where we would start removing.
So that is, if I'm doing my
Coverage.
math, or if I'm looking at the list, Government Center, Health Sciences, Jasper Place, Millwoods, and Westmount.
Right now,
Yeah.
yes.
Based off
that's-
current stats.
Exactly, and that's part
Okay.
of the analysis we're gonna do when we walk away from today, is look at 2025 relative to 24 stats.
Yep.
And just see exactly what
Yep.
the list is that we start with.
Yeah, and I think the challenge, and I important to be stats driven. I think the challenge that we run up against, and I'll use Jasper Place since I know it well, is I talked to the seniors residences. I was there a couple of weeks ago. Nobody goes to Jasper Place after dark right now, and so they're not going to have anything to report because they just don't feel safe in the first place. But I appreciate we're talking about a limited dollar amount. We can only do so much with our dollar amount. So the follow-up question is, based off the 30 TPO deployment, what does that mean for all of these stations? Like, you're going to use hotspot data, you're going to use, but what does that additional 10 allow you to do for whether it be those 5 or other areas that might have that issue about? Right now, there's a perception of safety concern after those busy hours, so they're not even there in the first place. Like, I'm gonna pick on Jasper Place again. Even under 30, would they see any coverage?
Well, I think it would do a couple of things. Those extra 10 and the way that we balance them differently between the $5 million option and the $3.4 million option. Obviously, we reduce the size of our train team because we look at sort of priority to mission critical patrol. We have to have those resources. The TCAT foot patrol program allows us to hit those hotspots. The train team kind of is that third level. And so when we look at sort of, okay, with less, where would we focus? That's what got reduced. I think what we would see with that increase in the train team is it would relieve some pressure from patrol so that they're not riding the trains as much. They could go to some of those lower acuity outlying areas and provide more coverage in the moments where they have some downtime. The train team would also be able to value add on the LRT, so we'd get out to the bus network more. And so I think it's hard to really quantify what you're asking, but I think what we would see is just, here's the gold standard, we'd be down to a silver.
And I mean, this is all assuming, at the end of the day, we probably need a 50 or 60 more to give you the full coverage that we actually need.
Yeah.
So
75.
75, yes.
And I just
On
want to
top
add,
of the 30, right? Yes.
like, in that scenario, none of the stations have static deployment.
Yes.
So let's just be really
Oh,
transparent, right?
exactly. Yeah.
If
no,
we
I
go
agree.
that route, we're good to go that route.
Yeah.
Again, but want to be clear that it means there's no static people there at all of these
Absolutely.
19.
A follow-up question is, what happens when we get because I'm still waiting to find out from EPS, because I don't think I've heard an answer from the commission yet as to when the 15 officers that were supposed to be deployed by the end of last year will be deployed, but let's assume that happens tomorrow. What does that mean if you get an extra 15 police officers for coverage in these various areas?
I think what we've talked about long-term with the EPS is, they have significantly more levers to pull with respect to offender management. So collectively, we have a decent idea of who our chronic issues are, who are in transit. There are certain things that we can do, but there's a lot more than they can do. And I think what we would see is us being able to share that data and them being able to leverage those extra resources in order to do more offender management. So we could be laser focused on, who is causing the most harm in those spaces and focus on, how to make sure that they're not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford, could you take the chair, please?
Yep, I have the chair.
Thank you. I do have a question. Some of my colleagues were mentioning about, the feelings, how people feel unsafe if they're walking through a cloud of smoke or seeing someone sleeping there or like, and de-escalating. Who's best to address those concerns? Would it be a transit peace officer or would it be a safety attendant?
I think it's a complicated answer, right, which we've all experienced. I think there's a bylaw component that the peace officers can address. I think there's a component of encouraging them to move on, and that's not an appropriate space. How can we link you to a more appropriate space? That type of thing, which is leaning more towards the COT kind of side of things, as well as the safety attendant role. And it's not as finite black and white. I think TPOs are absolutely supportive and having those conversations and trying to help people as they go about their duties as well. So it's probably a blend, I think, of those roles, depending on the circumstances.
Okay, and you know, we talk about cleanliness, which is of course very important, but we're always talking about cleaning up the mess, not trying to prevent the mess. And I'm not sure why we don't think of that avenue. And I know a lot of people might be concerned about ticketing for littering. However, is that not an option, like something to be considering, trying to prevent the mess as opposed to just always looking at cleaning up?
I think that's definitely one of our deterrent tools is, you know, offering tickets for littering. I think it means that we have to be present in the space when it's happening, and it can happen really quickly and the person moves on and it's really hard to identify them after the fact. So, yep, when we see it happening, that's definitely something that, you know, our expectation is our troops are dealing with. But, you know, again, you've seen the numbers of how many people we have on a very large system. So, you know, making sure that those things align in time and space are difficult.
Okay, but it is something that's being done. Okay, good. Thank you. Those are my questions. I'll move a second round.
Second.
Second round moved by Councillor Principe, seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on a second round.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And I will return the chair, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Okay, and so timeline for spooling up any number of new TPOs is in the, like, how many months? 8, 12 months?
The exact timelines depend a little bit on when we have a training class scheduled. Currently, we just started one. We have another one scheduled for the fall and another one early in 2026. But, you know, based on that, from hiring to boots on the ground, fully trained, let's say 6 months probably gives us enough time.
6 months, okay. So 6 months before we even see an impact from this, yeah, okay. So I guess I just, and maybe help me through this. I feel like there's a bit of a disconnect, and I don't know where it is, between what council is saying about safety and then the recommendations we get to address it and the public perception of what's being done. It seems like there are 3 different conversations happening, and they're not entirely aligned. Because we've been at this for a couple of years, and every time I think I've said, do you have what you need to get this done? And the answer was always yes. And of course, the intent of that question is, if you need more, let us know. And so I'm just wondering where that disconnect is.
A few things. I mean,
maybe I'll jump in here. That's okay. Sorry. Councillor Paquette, I think we have shown many times that we've come to council with additional resourcing for our peace officer staff, for cleanliness, for all of those things in budgets, and those budgets weren't approved. So I don't want to say that we're not representing what we're bringing to council, but we definitely have brought additional resourcing for a multitude of different resourcing opportunities for our transit peace officer safety program, for our cleanliness program at budgets in council, and those weren't approved.
Okay, I'm gonna take a beat on that one. Let me put it this way, and maybe this is a failure on council's part, to not clearly say, if we want transit to be safe and feel safe for people, what are the exact things we need? Because I do feel that piecemealing this conversation has probably led to a lot of fracturing of perception and understanding about the entire ecosphere of this conversation. And I'm wondering, and this is the question, will this motion get us to where we need to be, or is there a more specific and holistic conversation that has everything on the table that we need to have?
Councillor Peckett, I could probably take a stab at that. What we've provided in the original report was we have $5 million. We are proposing how we would want to mature the approach that we're taking to LRT safety. And so our recommendation was to move that into TPOs. What we did not provide was here's all the different options that you could invest additional dollars into. So what we tried to do was position this as, here's the pie that we currently have, here's how we would mature it. We were not proposing this is how you could grow that pie, respecting the financial position that the city is under.
But we did in the past. I'll just add,
Yeah.
there were 2 reports that we brought forward in the past. One was in the fall of 2023, a motion from council saying, what else can we do? So we listed a bunch of things across departmental team, pulled it together. David's also brought forward TPO staffing plans, and there's just limited funding to support both of those reports. So Craig's right. This one was about what can you do within the existing base budget, but we've definitely entertained more transit peace officers and other options in a previous council report.
Okay, yeah, like the station attendant program that I always forward unfunded and never gets funded. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. That was one of them.
All right, so maybe I'm out of time. I do have one more question, but I don't want to extend this conversation, and so I'll listen to what other people have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the discussion so far. I guess just picking up on some of the questions around timing for scaling up. Understanding that we won't really see an impact for about 6 months on the TPO side. That was correct, yes? Yeah, seeing nods. And then the full scale up would be anticipated, did I hear June 2026?
That's what we'd anticipate based on I mean, we may have to go back a little bit on that just because that was if everything got approved a few weeks ago. So I think we're probably still pretty close to that. It'd just be a bit of a push.
Okay, and then the timeline for bringing on the safety attendants, what would that look like? I know we'd have to go to procurement, but...
Yeah, there's going to be a gap for sure. I think that's where you're leaning. There will be a gap. We need time to work through that procurement. And then we are phasing out commissionaires in order to fund David's hiring and training plan. So there's going to be gaps where we don't have coverage. So this is going to take a few months to work through. We haven't mapped all of that out perfectly because we need direction from council first, but we promise we will send you a memo later this spring identifying all of those key timelines.
Okay, that's helpful. So I guess I'm wondering if we were to move forward with this today, with the motion that's on the floor and the allocation that's on the floor. I'm reflecting on the various reports that we've received over the years around TPO staffing. I think it was 2 reports in fall 2023. What would be the next best step to be able to come forward at budget, potentially in the fall, to have a conversation about an additional scale up above and beyond the reallocation conversation that we're having today. I guess I'm somewhat struggling because it seems like we've had numerous conversations in different ways and in different forms and different reports. How, at this point, given those conversations we've had, how do we pull some of that together into sort of the best recommendation for raising that bar and increasing funding for transit safety?
Well, I think maybe I'll jump in. I think from my perspective, I'd go back to the proactive enforcement report that Councillor Knack asked for, and we delivered in 2023. I think, if memory serves, that report identified that we could build the capacity of our team with 40 TPOs, additional sergeants, and some ancillary resources. Since then I've said 75. I think that we'd have to go back to our numbers because that was based on sort of 2022 data, and we know that our calls for service have increased year over year since then. And so, the idea, and this is why we stick to the heavier balance to proactive resourcing in this plan, is because we know that makes a difference long term. How quickly that happens depends on how much effort we put into that proactive work. It's certainly, it's my preference to have our troops in places where they should be rather than in vehicles running around after calls, because I think that takes down our overall efficiency and effectiveness. And so really leaning into that proactive work is where we need to focus on. Certainly I'm happy to go back and redo those numbers from 2023 to see what comes out in light of whichever decision is made today.
And okay, I appreciate that. And so that's on the sort of enforcement side, proactive patrol side. What would it take? What kind of direction would you need in order to come back with a holistic package that includes both the enforcement, proactive patrols, and things like activations, and cleanliness, all the other components that are attached to safety?
Yeah, I think we will bring forward a service package for the enhanced cleaning piece based on a previous discussion we had with council. That's already going forward. I think we could look at that report from the fall of 2023, and if council wishes to give direction about bringing forward unfunded service packages for consideration, I'm looking at Craig to see if he agrees that we would be, we would welcome that to bring them forward for discussion.
Yeah, just to elaborate on that, we're just having a side chat on that. That's the process we would put this back into. So if there is any sort of funding discussion, let's have that at the fall SOBA timeframe. We do, and so Mayor Sohi was asking for that on the cleaning side. So we did commit to a unfunded service package on the cleaning for fall SOBA. But if that's the will of council, then we could do that for this particular topic as well.
Okay, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Thank you for all the discussion. Actually, there are many great points. Just a very quick question. Administration's recommendations, the best option is option 4, and put $5 million and for the TPOs. And I also just heard right now, and we have the clean for the clean package, and we'll come to the budget. But look at the safety attendant is just added additional clean function there. My question to the city clerk, did we put that $5 million option 4 on the floor in the last meeting, or we still have an opportunity to put that option 4 on the floor for the motion?
If I understand your question, Councillor Rice, and correct me if I don't have it, if this motion fails, then administration would default to its original path, which would be to allocate the money previously approved by council as per option 4 as previously presented. So based on my understanding, and the city or the CFO will advise me where I get this wrong, no additional instructions are required because administration has already said that what they were going to be doing. The reason we're here is because council gave them alternative instructions.
Okay, so we have to deal with this one first on the floor. Thank you. That's all my question. Yeah, I yield my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Can you move another round, please?
Yes, I move the third round, I think. That's it for today.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you very much, and apologies for taking 3 rounds. So I guess the last question I have here is maybe to the stands. If we wanted to have it all, the $5 million for TPOs plus the station safety program, that would require an extra $1.6 million.
Correct.
Is there a way to skim just a little bit here and there from things that aren't as urgent or necessary to Edmontonians' perception of well-being from across the city in order to be able to fund this?
I think if we look within kind of the base budgets, we've done a lot of scraping already.
I mean system-wide, not just in ETS, like the whole system.
And I'm speaking system-wide, and Craig can jump in.
I think the short answer would be we've done that work. I think the short answer is there isn't. We would have to do additional. The short answer is no.
So when we brought you the fall budget, we had done an exercise as administration to reallocate funding. We used that to reduce the tax levy because that was the desired approach.
All right. I just wanted that all on record. That way the public understands that this is what we've got. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Actually, just to use the chair, I just think I might want to do a motion around timeline management. Do I have to get, if I call, can I just make that motion, or do I need permission from council?
So I think just as a point of privilege, I think anytime council's considering adjusting its own rules, I said it's at the discretion of the chair, but either way, the vote still requires a special resolution. So I'd say you have the floor.
Okay.
Something regarding privilege does take precedence over the main motion on the floor, so I'd say proceed.
Okay, then I'll just move that Section 38 of the Council Procedures Bylaw, time limits are waived and replaced for the remainder of the April 9th City Council meeting. 2 minutes to introduce an item, 2 minutes to ask questions. Council may permit additional rounds of 2 minutes to ask more questions and 2 minutes to close.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor.
Just very quickly, we've got a lot on our agenda, and I'm worried about time management, so that's why I'm making this motion. I don't like to limit debate, but we still have the opportunity to debate and ask questions just in a little more refined way for the remainder of the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. All right, so now we are on to speaking to the item. I don't see any other questions, so please sign up to speak to this item if you need to. Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
I'll try to do this in 2 minutes. I will not be supporting the motion on the table. We've been talking about transit safety quite a bit, based on, the one that obviously is very prominent in Warren-Garter Hills, the Valley Line Southeast. Based on a lot of past conversations, a lot of the, I think the data doesn't really make a lot of those stations as a hotspot just yet, and I will worry without proactive measures that one day they will become a hotspot, but I really don't want us to get there. And I think I will worry about some of this adjustment might mean actually lower service, and I don't think I can support that. So I would like to go with administration's best recommendations, give it a try. I will also say this came up as a preferred option from some of my conversations with the labor unions that do represent transit workers. The other piece, I've been contemplating as well is the gap left behind with Commissioner and how, and if we are making these adjustments, are we going to be able to fill it? And so that's an evaluation piece that I would like to consider as a subsequent motion about whichever way, whether this passes or doesn't pass, are we going to be making, are we going to be making sure we're not creating or not filling those gaps? So that is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I will be voting in support of this motion. And I'm reflecting back on even yesterday's housing task force as well. I think if we keep doing things the same way over and over again, we're just going to keep getting the same results. So let's try something new. There is evidence to support that you know, people's perception is also influenced by the amount of people in the area, the cleanliness of the area. So yeah, I can only say let's try something different. And if we do still need to focus on some more enforcement efforts, then I think, again, bringing back another service package. But let's see what we get from this one. And that's less than a minute.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. I guess I would note that administration did try something different in September. It was called the Here to Help Plan. They tried it. It was different. It worked. It worked really, really well. And their recommendation is, this worked really well. We should do this on a permanent basis. So, and that's what they have recommended consistently over the last week or so when we were having this conversation. So I very firmly believe that we should vote no on the motion in front of us, reactivate option 4, and support that. That will has the best chance of success, and that is a data-informed decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I too will not be supporting the motion. I want to thank administration for their candor in terms of you've offered us your best advice in terms of what you think will work, and not just based on I'm going to say your anecdotal observations, but based on months, if not years, of your experience and expertise, including listening to the people on the front lines. And I've been very conscious over the past few years as we've been discussing this, that the frontline folks are the ones who including our employees, are not only the ones who know what's going on, but who are feeling the impacts of what's going on. You know, I will thank Councillor Stevenson for bringing this motion forward. I think it reflects some of what we've heard in the community, but I'm also conscious that administration is giving us their best advice. And I'm inclined to say that this is the single biggest issue I think that this council has taken a hit on. And I think we've tried some different approaches on this, but I see no downside in increased TPO presence in the system. I think that that is by and large what a lot of people are looking for. So I also, you know, I like that we're going to see more folks off peak hours through option 4, and I'd like to see that reactivated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack?
Okay, I didn't know. Yeah, no, that's fine. Do you want to get in first? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. How about if we make an announcement here? We have some visitors this morning. We're so happy to see you all. We have grade 5-6 class from Annunciation, and your teacher's name is Kay Biker. Hi. And you are located in Ward Sipawinawak, and your city councillor is Councillor Hamilton. Can you see her on the screen? She's waving up there. See? Yeah. We're always so happy to have visitors here, especially from the schools. Have you done a mock council, or will you be doing one? On Friday. Okay, great. And have you decided who your mayor is and all that yet? Not yet. Oh, right, 2 mayors. All right, and will you be debating the same topic? Yeah? Would you like to come down quickly and tell us what your topic is, quickly and safely?
We did our best to make it before it went private, so I kind of ran up here.
Hi there. Can you tell us what your first name is?
My name is Savion.
Savion, hi. Nice to meet you. What will your topic be?
Whether free bus fares should be, whether there should be free bus fares or not.
That's a good discussion. We're looking forward to hearing what you've decided on. And what is your first name?
Hugo.
Kyogo, hi. Nice to meet you. And have you decided what topic you'll be speaking on?
We're doing the same topic.
Same topic. Excellent. That's great. Wonderful. Well, we'd love to hear your results. Have a productive debate. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have fun. Councillor Knack.
Thank you. I've gone back and forth on this. I'm going to vote against this motion and vote for the initial recommendation. But I also just want to offer a caution. The initial recommendation of getting 30 TPOs isn't going to meaningfully change the 60% right now of folks that feel safe. Like, I just think we're sort of kidding ourselves right now if that's going to be the big factor. That this would still leave us 75 TPOs short, and I think we need substantially more cleaning in all of our stations. So I think there's going to be subsequent motions around that, and it's going to be up to the next council to fund that body of work, because that's where I think we're really going to move this one way or another. Because in either motion, Jasper Place Transit Center in the ward I represent, frankly, is not going to get any service. And I don't love that. I mean, I heard there might be a little bit here or there, but realistically, Jasper Place isn't going to get any, and it's a station that actually could really benefit from it, but it's low on the list because so few people use it right now. So I don't blame, there's no reason to deploy folks to that, but that's sort of the realities. We're going to have some of these gaps still because all we're talking about is reallocating $5 million. So in a scenario like what we're facing, instead of doing either job somewhat okay, I'd rather do one of them relatively more okay, because I don't think it's going to be the best, but it's going to be relatively more okay than if we try to do two things at once. I appreciate the motion. I'm glad we took the time to reflect on it and have this discussion, but I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. I will not support this motion as well. As everyone know, and ART safety and is the top priority for our riders. And then from what I heard over and over, and then our Edmontonians still perception of public and still feel like our safety and is not at the level they feel comfortable to send their children to take ART or themselves to take ART. So I truly believe, and since 2022, our city tried so many different approach. Based on the data, based on results, city administration provided the best option and to put $5 million and for TPOs. I think we need to follow that recommendation and to really make sure and the safety and based on the data analysis, based on results, based on what I heard and from people, we should go that direction to continue to improve ART safety. So I do appreciate the conversation. I do appreciate my colleagues put this motion on there. But from what I heard from my constituents, talk about the concern about the commissioner here, we call the safety attendants, personal concerns and how they can effectively to do something and in the unsafe situation. So that is a concern I would like to see maybe more different options come up. But at this point, I think we need to stick on that $5 million go to the TPOs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, very quickly. I think I'm not going to support the recommendation, but I think if we can, we need this station attendant program. I commend Councillor Stevenson for bringing this forward because I do think there's something here. This cleanliness piece is really, really important. We don't want to lose it. Having a human there who can just tell you which staircase you get off at if you're trying to get to this place or that place, directing you when you come through the parkade and you're trying to figure out your way back. Having somebody there just to say hello and help you with a stroller or something is really important, and it's the welcoming environment we have at our rec centers, at our libraries, at our other spaces. Why wouldn't we have this for transit too? We want transit to be a place of joy. So I like it, and I commend the mover for thinking about that. That being said, I'm experiencing some very just acute pressures along the line, especially around the university in Southgate, that I think what, just very quickly, I want to touch on the Here to Help campaign was really good for a number of reasons. But one of the most important ones is that for many of those users, they are first-time riders. They're going to the U of A for the first time. They've got the UPass. They're going to McEwen or Nate. And if we give them a positive perception of transit early on, it will help build that that culture of lifelong transit ridership, that they feel safe and good about it. Sometimes I talk to people and say, do you feel safe or not? And they say no. And I say, when was the last time you were on? And they refer to an incident that might happen 5 or 10 years ago. I think of a scary transit incident, not now, but that happened to me 10 years ago. So, you know, these just as memories need to be programmed, memories can be programmed, they need to be reprogrammed. I just want to leave you with an anecdote. Again, that I think it's important to focus on continuous improvement. I asked a resident in Malmo that I've been working with their family around transit safety, and I said, how are things going? And they said, well, we haven't been frequenting the transit station area as much lately. Speaking entirely anecdotally, I've noticed an improvement in the overall cleanliness, safety, and vibes, which is scientific. I took the LRT to work the other day, and it honestly felt like it did 10 years ago, and was overall a very pleasant experience. That's just a sample size of one, but I'm happy to see there are genuinely improvements happening on that front. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. I am actually going to support this motion, and the reason is because it takes time to train TPOs, and it doesn't take as much time for a safety attendant program. So if we want to see some immediate action, that's how we do it. We get number 2 and start seeing something immediate that is actually helpful. And at that point, 6-7 months later, then there's the larger conversation about increasing TPOs and making sure that we have a holistic plan. So that's why I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate the discussion and points raised by my colleagues. I think what is unanimous on this side of the table is the importance of transit safety, and I know that's reflected in our staff as well. You know, the conversation is really just about working out the best combination of resources to do this. So again, I think we all agree on the critical importance of enforcement resources. TPOs and EPS have had a demonstrable impact on safety and decreasing crime. We also have data showing that the decrease in crime hasn't been met with comparable gains in our perception of safety. We also have a wealth of data highlighting how the quality of social interactions, how big of an impact that has on people's perception of safety, and the critical role of environmental factors in people's perceptions. For me, safety is a both-and proposition, and I think this is what this motion was intending to achieve. But we are in a great situation here where even if this motion fails, it is a win. A win for new resources in our transit system to better respond to the needs of Edmontonians. I believe there may be a subsequent motion coming forward that asks us to do some close monitoring to see how these new resources are impacting safety, and look forward to continuing to make adjustments and iterations so that we continue to improve the experience for Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has been defeated.
I'll move the original. No?
I was gonna just move a subsequent, because my understanding is that since that failed, we don't need to do anything. That the default is option 4.
Yep, that's my understanding, confirming that the council's already approved the budget and administration is authorized to spend that within the original approvals, but look to the CFO to confirm.
Yeah, that's my assessment too.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Tang then to move the subsequent motion.
I think the subsequent works regardless of the outcome, and I think it works well in the option 4 anyways. I'll move that administration bring back evaluation as part of the regular quarterly transit safety memo, the outcomes of this redeployment of $5 million funding to improve transit safety, including but not limited to number of incidents and instances of naloxone deployment at the hotspot transit locations mentioned in the City Operations Report CO0271A-REV, number of incidents and instances of naloxone deployment on our T-stops and coverage outside of the downtown core, and any other relevant qualitative and quantitative indicators, ridership, perceptions of safety, and other related measures to monitor the effectiveness of the implementation plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang, would you like to introduce?
I think it's fairly straightforward. I appreciate the input from administration on some of the measures that they're planning on tracking. So this will be, I think what will be different is that there is some location-specific data that we don't typically get, just to see, is this redeployment working? Is it effective? Are there going to be continuing gaps? And if so, how do we monitor and make sure that we can close those? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I see this motion as subsequent motion as quite straightforward, and I can't imagine anyone needs any questions on this. Okay, Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
I'm just wondering, because it's specific to the 5 million being reallocated. We wanted, sorry, it's stating that we want to know what the evaluation is for that 5 million. Can you be that specific as to how effective that 5 million has been, or just overall?
Well, I think it's about the effectiveness of the additional transit peace officer. So through the evaluation and research, I think we can measure that aspect. I think it's okay the way it's worded.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, that was a good question. I'll ask my colleagues to vote now.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Rice.
So do we need to, for the record, public record, do we need to move that attachment 5 or attachment 3 keep to remain private and then receive as information?
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Rice, attachment 3 and attachment 5, it's in the report of the April. Yeah, if at the chair's discretion.
So we'll need to move for receipt of information and to keep private?
No, don't receive it for information because council's already given instructions.
Okay, just to keep it
attachment 3 and 5.
Okay.
Need to stay in private, subject to sections 20 of the FOIP Act.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Are you moving that?
Yeah, so moved.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. Please vote on keeping those attachments in private.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Thank you, Councillor Rice and Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to move your subsequent motion at this point?
I can put it on the floor, and if it doesn't garner a bunch of debate, we can do it. If it's starting to garner a bunch of debate, then we can withdraw and put it as a notice.
Thank you. That's great. Please go ahead.
Okay, I would like to move, sorry, I'm just pulling it up here. I would like to move that administration bring forward an unfunded service package for consideration, unfunded service packages for consideration in the fall 2025 supplemental budget adjustment to advance items described at the October 23rd, 2023 CO01974 opportunities to enhance safety and security, further information and plans, as well as opportunities to achieve optimal deployment of transit peace officers to further enhance transit safety and security.
Second.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce?
I think what we, just quickly, it's two minutes to introduce. We obviously made the choice to reallocate our resources within our current budget, but I think everybody through this conversation has recognized, as Councillor Stevenson put so eloquently, the both and that's required, and additionally that in order to really substantively improve safety, we do have to have a budgetary conversation about enhancements that are needed in our transit system going forward. So this is intended to make sure that that is part of the conversation for us to for this council to debate the fall budget in 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any questions? Great, not seeing any. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. I'm not aware of any other subsequent motions. Okay, great, thank you. We're going to move on to item 7.5. Councillor Stevenson selected this item. She said she does not need a presentation. Would anyone else like a presentation? No?
Thank you. I'm happy to put the recommendation of the committee on the floor. The policy C553C Development Incentive Program be rescinded. And then as a brief introduction, following our executive committee meeting, which ended up being scheduled on a couple of days earlier. We got to the item a couple of days earlier than anticipated. I spoke to a business improvement area who, supportive of the approaches, but flagged a bit of a gap that's left in terms of the program not supporting businesses that may be about to create a vacant storefront. The current programs are focused on vacancy reduction, so spaces that are already vacant, but doesn't necessarily support the preservation of businesses who may just need a bit of a boost. I think that there's some very sound logic there, and it's something that currently exists in our storefront improvement grant, where we do support existing businesses. Oh, did anyone second?
Yeah, this
Apologies.
needs a seconder, so.
Thank you. Needs the storefront improvement program just providing that boost for businesses to enhance their business and remain viable. So my intention is to move forward, as directed at committee, and then I would just have a subsequent, or I think, I would just have a subsequent motion to put on following the passing of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any questions? Not seeing any. Councillor Stevenson, do you need to close or can we go to the vote? Okay, I'll go to the vote, please.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Thank you, and I would move a subsequent motion that administration identify current conditions and needs of small businesses to help prevent vacancies and recommend potential programs to respond that contribute to the implementation of city plan, due date Q3 2025.
Second.
Thanks. And again, just to reiterate, the intention here would just be to again support existing businesses to stay viable and prevent vacancies. The intent would be for this to come back in Q3 so that any adjustments to the funding package, the unfunded funding package coming forward at Fall Silva could be adjusted accordingly to the findings.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Just to confirm, you're wanting a report. You don't want them to just do this work and then keep it to themselves.
Sorry, there are questions. Sorry.
Oh, apologies.
No, I just want to make sure I understand it. So I'm just going to adjust this, that administration do these things and report back to committee or council.
Committee would be great.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright?
Can we display the motion, please?
Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, I was waiting for it to be displayed. I'm just, so this is for any and all small businesses or just those focused in the downtown core?
So the reference is to city plan, and it would be for administration to determine where the most strategic areas could be. So that could be BIAs, that could be transit areas, as we saw in some of the eligibility requirements for the other two programs.
In industrial small businesses?
I don't see why not, but I mean, maybe the question could be to administration if it's intended to support city plan at a high level, and so I think they would come back with their best recommendation on how to do that.
That's correct. Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Councillor Stevenson to close?
Nothing to add.
Nothing to add. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. All right, so we are on to item 7.7. And whenever you're set up and ready, please go ahead. Yeah, we did have a presentation at committee and quite a bit of discussion on this item. I believe it was requisitioned to have the person who brought this motion forward to have the opportunity to vote on it. Were there any questions of administration, or is a presentation necessary for anyone?
No.
No presentation necessary. We'll just go to questions or a motion.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to put a motion on the floor, and then I'll provide an introduction. So I move that attachment 2 of the April 1st, 2025 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 02714, be amended to delete and seasonal shelters or seasonal shelters from row 1 and seasonal shelters or a seasonal shelter from row 2. And 2, that administration prepare amendments to zoning bylaw 20001 as outlined in attachments 1 and 2 of the aforementioned report as amended and return for consideration at a future City Council public hearing.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce?
After a second?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Second.
Great, thank you very much. So I think we had a really important conversation at committee about the merits of this approach. For me, this is born out of the experience of the neighborhoods I represent, which in the past were witness to large permanent shelters that at the time did not comply with what we now consider best practice for shelter provision. As a result of that, there have been impacts on the surrounding communities. I think what we've seen from other more recent experiences is that well-managed well-designed emergency shelter facilities have the ability to serve the needs of Edmontonians experiencing homelessness while also having very little impact on the surrounding community. This is the intent, is to use a tool that we have in our toolbox in the zoning bylaw to uphold and support this best practice that we are seeing increasingly in new shelter spaces coming on board, and to ensure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. The first point of this motion is an amendment to remove the size restriction for seasonal shelters. And I think there are a few questions of clarification I need to have with administration. But my intent is just that there wouldn't be a size restriction for a shelter that is activated only for the winter, for example, to meet surge demand. But that any permanent facilities that are being installed would have that restriction. The hope there is to, again, remove any barriers to sort of meeting those immediate needs, while again ensuring the long-term success of these facilities for both the users and the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any questions? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. So we had a bit of correspondence around, I think, some trepidation that administration might have in that proposed amendment. So just hoping to dig into that a bit deeper to understand.
Thanks, Councillor. So our preference remains that we don't put a limit on shelters, year-round shelters or seasonal shelters through that proposed amendment. What we've seen is that these kind of caps on them may restrict where they can go in terms of finding suitable buildings in a time of need. In terms of the specific proposed amendment here, the removing of seasonal shelters, it does exactly as you said in terms of removing the ones that may be put up for winter so that they're not exposed or reflected in that cap.
Oh, okay. So the wording does align with the intent that I have, but you still just disagree with the intent. Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. That's the only question I had.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
So I just recall the conversation back to the committee as a member of that committee. And then I heard very clear from city administration, if we return for consideration on the future city council public hearing, actually puts the barrier and for us to address some needs right away. And because at the committee level, we're allowed the people come to speak. And then I heard there is no need for the future public hearing. Is that my memory is correct? And maybe like the city administration could comment on.
So, Councillor, what's ahead of you and other councillors today? If this were to be approved, we would bring amendments forward to public hearing, which has all of the mechanisms to allow for public discourse. That public discourse was also permitted through the committee reports, which we didn't see anyone show up. We did provide a what we heard report in terms of our discussions with operators as well as the Government of Alberta on the report attachments.
Wonderful, thank you. That's only my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
If you don't mind just jogging my memory from the committee, this feels like a long time ago. So if the attachment 2 passes, or whatever, if this motion passes, there will be 2 shelters downtown, in the downtown core, that will be affected.
Not necessarily affected immediately, but if they were to come in for renovations, external modifications or whatnot, they would need to apply for a variance for their existing overcapacity of that limit.
Okay, gotcha. And the provincial position on this is they also don't support it, or what's the piece on that?
That's correct. You should be able to see that in the what we heard report. But yes, our provincial counterparts would not support additional barriers to shelter.
And if this passes, they would just be unhappy. Like, is there any additional?
Councillor Tang, this is Jennifer Flaman. If I'm understanding your line of questioning, I think it's just around perhaps unintended consequences that might happen as a result of this move. I might ask Michael Gunther to be able to weigh in and provide some of that information.
Councillor, I can't go too deep into the legal side of things in public, but I am comfortable sharing that I do expect there would be some unanticipated legal consequences of putting this in place. I think there would be concerns in terms of the more regulations you put into shelters, the more opportunities there are for challenges on technicalities. Even things in terms of a shelter that might be over capacity. Suddenly, are we looking at additional implications on the planning and development front for that? As well as one thing that in Edmonton we are fortunate is that we do have sufficient shelter spaces generally for those who are unhoused and living rough.
Sorry, Michael. 2 minutes goes fast.
Yeah, okay. I'll just
I think I got.
finalize
I think
with
I got
point.
it.
Yes,
Thank
of
you.
course.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Okay, so if we remove a cap, they're still restricted by way of fire code, like, yes?
That would be correct.
Okay, and then if we, this point about removing the seasonal shelters from row 1 and 2, is that like bullet point 1 and 2? Maybe that's to the mover. Yes?
No, it's just the specific words to remove reference to seasonal shelters.
But from row 2, I don't understand where row 2, is that bullet point 2?
No, so in attachment 2, that outlines the proposed amendments or the mock-up of the amendments.
Okay, I was looking in the report at the bullet points.
Oh,
Okay,
there we go.
okay, I see where you're speaking, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, just for clarity.
No,
But administration is not recommending that be done. You still want to keep the 125 limit on the seasonal, right?
So what we're recommending is that the motion itself is that we don't agree with it.
In any way, shape, or form? Okay.
In any way, so putting that limit on is counter to what both the city and the province are trying to do in terms of addressing shelter spaces throughout the city. So what we recommended through the original committee report is that attachment 1 be receipt for information, which restricts some of the development near high-risk industrial uses in the BE zone, and that attachment 2, if council wishes to continue with that a motion be made, which this is the motion, to bring that forward and put a limit of 125 on shelter spaces.
Okay. But we don't need the public hearing if we just take your recommendation, or we do?
We'll still have the public hearing to move the zoning bylaw changes for the restrictions around uses in the business employment area.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I appreciate administration's cautions, and there could be, you know, some hiccups that this creates or unintended consequences. I also think not embedding this best practice in our zoning bylaw can also have unintended consequences. And known consequences that we see and are visible a block away from here. I think the contention that community isn't interested in this issue because no one came to committee is a tenuous one. These chambers have been filled by a community that was deeply impacted by some of the conditions that we currently see. This is not a fix for that, but it is a way to prevent it from happening in the future. I think that this amendment is squarely supported by best practice that is based on user experience, that is based on providers themselves who are increasingly seeing the challenges of running larger congregate shelter spaces. And it aligns with what we hear from users in terms of the experience that they want to have to be supported to move out of houselessness. So I would encourage my colleagues to support at least considering this and allowing a public conversation to be had with further technical analysis. You know, I also don't know what may come up through the public hearing process, and so of course want to keep an open mind, but I think it's an important one to have a public conversation about and would encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Still waiting for one vote. We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. All right, so we have completed item 7.7. I'm not aware of any subsequent motions. Next, we will be moving to private reports.
Just before we go in camera, can I just confirm, I don't want to guess how long this is going to take, but if you're going to go in camera for item 9.1, if you think 9.1 is going to be finished before lunch, do you think you're going to be able to get to 9.2 just so that the delegation, okay, so we're going to tee up the delegation for 9.2, Dennis has confirmed. And then friendly reminder, you've got 9.6 at 1:30. So we'll go in camera for everything and we'll just feed updates to admin as we progress quickly.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, we should be able to get through 9.1 quite quickly and possibly 9.2 before lunch.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I'll move.
I move.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Is that to move in camera, subject to all of the provisions?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on moving into private.
Yeah, I think you're okay to stay.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Thank you. Just give
All
us
right.
2 minutes to clear out the room and confirming we're starting on 9.1, but if the delegation for 9.2 can be on standby. we're live on YouTube, we can just jump right in. Yep, we're live. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great. On 9.1, I'll move that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, sign the collaborative Economic Development Memorandum of Understanding as set out in Attachment 1 of the April 8th, 2025 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 02791 to confirm the city's commitment to collaborative economic development. And 2, that this report remain private pursuant to Sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you.
Can you confirm who you taken for your seconder, please?
Councillor Salvador? And Councillor Tang, would you like to introduce or anyone to speak? No? Okay, great. Thank you. Let's vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes?
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, not sure exactly what I'm moving, but so for receive for information?
For 9.2?
Yeah,
No.
okay,
There's a recommendation
okay.
that is required.
Is that diligent?
It sure is. I just want to make we can just put it up on the screen.
Thank you. I'll move that the memorandum of agreement between the City of Edmonton and Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 30 dated March 6, 2025 and contained in Attachment 1 of the April 8, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Report ELS 02989 be ratified, and that this report remain private pursuant to Sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
I got it.
And that has carried.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, so what you should be seeing on the screen, and just before you read it out, I just want to triple check I'm giving you the right one. For 9.3, yeah, what's in the chat's correct.
Okay, this is for 9.3. I'll move that the presentation be added as Attachment 1 to the April 8th, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Verbal Report ELS 03006. 2, that the recommended actions as outlined on slide 5 of this attachment be approved. And 3, that this report remain private pursuant to Sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote. Oh, seconder, yes.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
I've just put the one for 9.4 in. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Next one's in the chat.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'll move for 9.4 that the presentation be added as Attachment 1 to the April 8th, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Verbal Report ELS 03012 and be received for information. And 2, that this report remain private pursuant to Sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're just sending it out now. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Next one's for 9.5.
Thank you. Madam Chair, for 9.5, I'll move that the presentation be added as Attachment 1 Oh.
Just bear with me. There's lots going on. Yeah, if you can just say that we'll just add, we need to add the presentation and just receive it for information.
I'll move that we add the presentation and we receive this for information and the content
Remain
remain
private
private
subjects.
pursuant to 21, 24, and 27 Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Tang and Councillor Salvador, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to move the next item?
I'm happy to have Karen continue.
Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
I think it's just to move to add the presentation. No.
Yeah, my apologies, just to add the presentation to item 9.2, receive it for information and to keep in private subject to sections 21, 24, and 27.
You mean 9.6?
Sorry, yep, 9.6.
Okay, 9.6. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're just sending the vote out here. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. All right, we are completed our private items, and now we will move to motions pending. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you very much. I move that administration provide a report assessing the city's current engagement on social media platforms, including X, that includes the nature and frequency of posts, levels of public interaction, any potential risks or benefits associated with continued use of these platforms, that also explores alternative communication channels that align with the city's communications needs to provide effective and timely outreach to relevant platform participants.
Second.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce?
Just really quickly, the social media landscape changes really quickly, and it's probably not a bad idea for us to just check in periodically, and in this case once, to see if this is something that we need to explore, how effective it is, and if there are any particular questions that we need answering in regard to ROI in many forms, social and fiscal, but also to ensure that we're in step with the majority of Edmontonians and maybe the ways that they see continued usage of particular platforms.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any questions? Councillor Paquette, would you like to close?
Please vote.
Yes, I will call the vote now.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, we are on to Councillor Jans. Do you have a motion you would like to move?
Yeah, for 10.2, I'm just, if I can get the clerk to put up the wording, by way of introduction. So a long time
Sorry,
ago
can
before.
we get a mover and seconder? before
You'll
we finish
you'll have
this?
to read out the motion
This is
first
the-
and then get a seconder.
I'll wait till he reads it out and then I'll second.
Thanks. This is the Belgravia traffic study piece. It is that administration reallocate 100,000 from the priority growth areas rezoning budget and development services to fund a study to undertake a traffic assessment of Belgravia neighborhood and identify potential short-term and long-term interventions, including budget requirements to optimize the road network and reduce shortcutting.
Second.
Thank you. The short of this is Belgravia is a neighborhood right beside the U of A hospital, the LRT, the university. It's boxed in. There's effectively one way out to the east, that's 76 Ave, one way out to the west, you jump off a cliff into the river, so it's not an exit. Then you have three up the north, where the cross cancer is, as well as Groat Road. So your there's, for a good chunk of the residents, between 3 and 7 on most weekdays, it's impossible to leave the neighborhood. Unless you leave by foot or you take the train or you take the bus. So the problem for this is because there's so much shortcutting that comes up from Groat Road that turns onto University Avenue and then tries to cut through the Belgravia neighborhood to 76 Avenue, but then they hit the train that's coming every 5 minutes. So this has been boiling over for, over a decade, I think, but it's been exacerbated recently because there's not just been greater development pressures, but the growth of the students at the university and the staff and everyone else from the hospital who gets off work at 3 p.m., this has been a bigger and bigger issue. So the neighborhood has had folks from the traffic safety team come over and look at it. The LRT is clear, the LRT intersection is clearly the choke point, but they put up local traffic signs, etc. It hasn't helped fix it. So other interventions, could it be opening a release valve in some other way? Could it be making Saskatchewan Drive north only so that people don't shortcut in? Could it be some other intervention? I don't know what they are. I'm not the traffic engineer, but when I've gone to admin over and over about this, saying, what do we do here? This is sort of the option. Get a full study, contemplate work, and do some interventions. I was talking with Councillor Knack earlier about, well, why don't they just do the interventions? I think admin is at the point where, they aren't sure because everything will have unintended consequences. Like if they were to make 76 Ave westbound only, then that would certainly stop the eastbound shortcutting, but then it could also have other ramifications too for the residents. So they're all challenging, but this is what I've been advised to bring forward.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack?
Thank you. I do just want to follow up on that administration because I remember this being brought up by Councillor Henderson in the past. So I'm not opposed to trying to find a solution. I'm a little worried about trying to find a solution to something that I think we've tried to find a solution for the last 15 years. And so what I'm unsure about is why we need to spend money on a study versus spending money on just taking some actions and seeing how it works, because clearly the traffic calming measures didn't work, and that's not a shock. That also didn't work in Crestwood. So just wondering, can we skip the study step? Because I gotta imagine we've studied this to death.
So Councillor, you're correct. There's been a lot of studies on here. This has probably been one of the most studied areas in the city in terms of traffic. The problem is the interventions, what they are, what they could be, what the level of success and mitigation they could actually achieve needs to be looked at. And that's what we would look to achieve through this study. We'd be hiring a consultant to do this out so that we don't deprioritize some of the work that's ongoing in administration. So what we would bring back is a list of interventions, their success rate or their ability to mitigate some of these issues. And then there would be a decision through that point, just in terms of, does council want to go forward with those because they will have costs associated with them. And
I'm just sorry because I'm going to run out of time.
Yep.
Can we just try the interventions and see how they work, sort of like street lamps? I mean, like genuinely at this point, we know what the interventions are: a local traffic only sign, a no right turn sign. Like, can we just try them and see how they work instead of
Councillor
paying?
Nakian from Parks and Roads. I can add just some of the things that we've done already. So we have put local only traffic signs. We had the traffic calming that got put in with some of the neighborhood renewal. Fundamentally, the geographic footprint of this neighborhood in alignment with the LRT and the Groat Road means that it's in a bit of a geographic island. So any interventions that need to be done have to be done through design and through capital funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. So city actually has been doing lots of traffic assessment into different neighborhoods and due to the traffic issues. And why this one specifically, we need to put the money to do this traffic assessment? What's the difference from this one and to the regular one? And we have doing the South neighborhood area where I represent, or the other areas across city.
Is that for me, Council Rice, the mover?
Mover, oh, not mover, and city administration.
So Councilor Rice, if your question is related to why we're not doing traffic assessments in other locations across?
Right? No. We are doing so many traffic assessment. I'm sorry, my time there. And then my question is why we need to put the money specifically for this one to do the traffic assessment. Given the factors, the traffic assessment our city has been doing everywhere and across the entire city.
I'll let Travis Pollock answer that one for you, Councilor Rice.
So Councillor, if work wants to be done in this area, and that's up to council to decide, this is how administration proposes going through that study, which requires additional funds to make it happen.
To require additional fund for the traffic study?
So this is an area that has been built out already. So it's all renewal in terms of how we go forward with it. And we don't have any current programs that look at specifically this type of work. So this is new and additional work to our current programs.
Oh, so what I heard here and what's possible intervention work is the new work, is not just regular work to address some traffic issues. So that this one, you spend the money and front, and later on will bring a larger cost to come back. So how much money will be spending on this? Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanting to understand again, so appreciating that we may need some design and capital funding, but I'm hearing that the $100,000 doesn't get us that. It just gets us a list of things we could design.
Correct, and the 100,000 is an upset cost that we're able to find through efficiencies of the PGA work. It doesn't mean it's going to cost a complete $100,000, but it does cost money to hire out the consultants, which will look at doing traffic counts and then modeling in terms of what those interventions are, and cost assessments for those future mitigation measures.
Okay, and just to understand, so would the study also look at signal timing on 76th Avenue with the LRT?
It could.
And
they've already
to
done
add
it.
to that,
Okay.
Councillor Stevenson, the signal timing that's on there right now has it so that it's as optimized as it can be based on the geographical layout of that infrastructure.
Okay.
So if it is part of that, it could come forward as recommendations, but it's coupled with infrastructure upgrades.
Okay, and then again, how radical are we looking? Like, could it be opening up 116th Street as another outlet?
Oh, sorry, Councillor.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the intention from the mover is that to look at some pretty radical options, including opening up other roads, making roads one way, et cetera. So there's, I think a wide scope of options there.
Okay, and thank you. And then just to go back to clarify, the funding source is because there were some efficiencies in the priority growth areas. We aren't deprioritizing anything there?
Nothing's being deprioritized in the priority growth area. It's efficiencies through the consulting work that EPCOR is taking on more of a role with.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador, I just saw you took your name off. Okay, any other questions? Anyone to speak to this item? I don't see anyone to speak to this item, and Councillor Jans has chosen not to close, so I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Jans, is there anything else you want to do?
I was gonna ask if 10.3 could be laid over to the next council meeting.
Sure, yeah, you don't have to make the motion at this point, but you would have to, I think, let me clarify with the clerk. Can notices of motion be laid over or not? Or I mean motions? Sorry,
Well,
you're,
if not, let's go, if we have time now. I
Sorry,
thought we were
let me
gonna hit a
just-
quorum issue.
No, let me just triple check. It hasn't been, when was motion? Yeah, no, you're good. Because notice was given at the last council meeting. If you want to lay it over,
Can
you
we
can
do
lay
it?
it over.
Well, are we gonna hit a quorum issue? All right, the second motion is,
Do you want me to put it in the chat? Or it's in
I
diligent?
thought we, pardon me?
Would you like me to put it in the chat or it's in diligent?
The chat would be wonderful. So I believe it is that administration provide a report on an analysis of a policy and regulatory approach that would result in the preservation of 10% of the area of a neighborhood for small-scale residential development within the redeveloping areas as defined by the city plan. This report should review best practices related to ensuring new development incorporates design compatibility with heritage character, housing for multi-person households such as requirements for minimum numbers of bedrooms and/or max bathrooms per unit, minimum average unit size, max units a hectare, affordability, and environmental sustainability. The report should recommend the most effective policy and/or regulation to achieve the above, such as the creation of a direct control zone, special area zone, expanding the boundaries of existing heritage character areas, creating design policy and/or creating policy sub-areas within district plans.
do we have a seconder? I'll second it.
May I introduce?
Please do.
Okay, so this has come up through the public hearings. You've heard this from Garneau. You heard this in the Scona District Plan conversation. You heard this in the conversation with the priority growth areas, and you're going to be hearing it more again soon. In the city, there's very few neighborhoods that are as dense as Garneau. Some I think only downtown, Quentwin, and Garneau, I think are the three top. And the contemplation here, what the community's asked for and has been bringing forward, is the idea that as we densify, if you have less than 10% of your neighborhood is single-family homes or ground-oriented units, is there the ability to come up with sort of a different zoning for that area to sort of ensure that there is a mix? If not, it's quite possible that you could see a neighborhood becoming all apartment buildings or all a different typology of housing. So this isn't saying all neighborhoods. This is just saying ones that have gone below about 10% of residents. So this is residences, like the buildings. So Garneau's been raising this. I'm not sure how it would be done or what. When I brought this to administration, they said, well, the way you need to do this is to get a report on the policy and regulatory approach to look at doing something like this. Garneau already has a heritage area, but that heritage area, is it the correct area? Should it be expanded? What are, like, the heritage area, even the community league would say is a little bit outdated in that it doesn't allow garage suites or secondary suites or which they would probably look fondly upon. So, which they have stated they would look fondly upon. So there is this is a way to get a report and then get this conversation going as we come up to the review of district plans, review of the PGA, etc. I don't believe that administration is supportive, but I would encourage you, if we get this report, it'll help us with future deliberations to look at options.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really struggling with this one. I'm wondering, to the mover, recognizing this is, bringing it forward from the community. Do you have an understanding of what the intended outcome is? I mean, I heard reference to heritage, but this seems to go beyond heritage preservation.
Yeah, no, it's multifaceted, and I think it's about the looking at, this is kind of the conversation we had last time about 89th Avenue, where we started going down, is there a heritage block? Is there a heritage area? What would it look like if there's...
But, sorry, just mindful of time,
Yep.
I'm not seeing that the focus is heritage, because there are neighborhoods where there wouldn't be heritage, and it's still the preservation of 10% of the area in the neighborhood first. Like, the focus seems to be on small-scale residential.
It is, yes, absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. So that if it's less than 10%, anything built from there needs to remain ground-oriented, small-scale.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just to Mr. Pollock, so I think housing choice is important. It's something that we speak to. I think that we can achieve a lot of housing choice without this type of restriction. For example, ground-oriented podiums for higher density that provides, that option, that choice for families while still allowing additional housing on top. Do you have thoughts and reflections on this? And
Yes, I think Councillor Jens mentioned that Admin's not supportive of this motion. It doesn't align with the approach that city plan, district plan, and the new zoning bylaw has taken in terms of housing choice, evolution of the city in general, and the approach to neighborhood level planning. The district plans, when they were approved, they deleted a series of area redevelopment plans, which were really a lot by lot planning exercise. This would be taking us back to that and would be very difficult. And the housing choice can be achieved, as you mentioned, through various built forms, through various ground-oriented product that can be achieved, not only in mid-rise and small scale, but high-rise as well.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to build on some of those questions, recognizing that administration is not supportive of this approach and pointing to city plan, district planning, I guess just looking at the recent changes to the zoning bylaw in particular, would administration be able to elaborate on how this approach might be counter to some of the changes that we recently made through ZBR?
So through zoning bylaw renewal, we've increased the sort of breadth of our residential zones and reduced the number of them in that same fashion as well. So our lowest residential zone, as you know, allows up to row houses. So 2.5 story row houses. And then so further looking to restrict even to a smaller scale would be counter to that effect.
Okay, and yeah, I'm also struggling with this one. To be honest, when I read it, it made me think about some of the language that I think used to exist in the residential infill guidelines around maintaining a critical mass of single-family homes within the core of a neighborhood, and I know we intentionally moved away from that approach. I guess first, am I recalling that correctly, and that there was an intentional move away from that?
That is correct. As you mentioned, it was in the residential infill guidelines, and we moved away from that, recognizing that cities and neighborhoods evolve at different paces, and people live and cherish their different types of homes that they live in, not just single-family houses.
And maybe just a final question, just kind of rooting my questions in city plan. When we talk about a community of communities, what does that mean within the city plan context? And how does that relate to what's being proposed here?
So in 10 seconds or so, communities of communities, we have various neighborhoods and communities within district plans. So that the collective of communities sort of makes up that larger community. So they each have interconnections between each other as well as within each other. And that's not necessarily related to the built form or the types of people within it. It's all about creating those connections through mix of uses and amenities, as well as density of transportation infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
So I'm reading this motion, I'm confused. So I question to mover. So the first portion of the motion, you are request some analysis for the policy and the regulatory approach. But for the last portion of motion, you request creating some design policy. So that means I saw 2 points here. One is the analysis with the existing policy. Another one is creating new policy. Is that my understanding correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So if that's the case, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. Okay. And it seems to capture or tries to capture a whole myriad of items. And I don't have the experience as the urban planners do, but when I'm looking at some of the verbiage as far as the DC zones and the special area zones, that's something were trying to get rid of, I guess, with the zoning bylaw renewal, right?
If that's to me, Councillor,
Yeah.
correct. We were looking to broaden our zones and kind of reduce that reliance on special character areas. Every neighborhood in the city has a special character in terms of a unique perspective within it. So moving away from that and going back to sort of, as Councillor Salvador was saying, the community to communities where there's a recognition that there's uniqueness apart in each community, but collectively it's stronger, which also makes it harder to go forth and create policy around these specific pieces as well.
And the character, the heritage character, that's not just the building type or the facade that's put on there. There's other things that should be taken into account under heritage, right?
I think in this context, it might be for the mover to answer, but we would take this as the character of the building, which characteristically is a 1910 development that's single detached.
Okay, maybe I'll just quickly ask the mover, would this go beyond the structure of the building when we talk heritage? Like, would it perhaps be the history of the area?
No, primarily this is targeting looking for supports around built form.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, thank you. I guess maybe I'm fumbling how to articulate this, but let's say you live in a neighborhood where already it's like half 2-bedroom units, or it's 75% 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. It's 90% 1 and 2-bedroom units.
Sorry, Councillor Jans, are you speaking to it
yes,
or
I'm asking
questions?
There's a question here for administration. Is there a point that kicks in though where we say, hold on a minute, we don't have a diversity of choice here for say 3, 4, 5-bedroom homes or houses or something that, you know, we have a school, we have a playground, we have all this social infrastructure that if we just keep approving like single units, that this is going to become an exclusively single unit neighborhood. Do we have some other way of addressing that?
There's a couple of ways if that's what you're looking to get at, but I guess the rationale behind it, we look at the neighborhood to the north across the river in Waquentuin. It's gone through various evolutions, has majority apartment buildings. It has 2 schools, 2 thriving schools that are populated by neighborhood populations. So in terms of what we're trying to achieve here, if it's looking for just strictly built form, I would restrict it to just looking at built form, and that has its own implications as well. But I think for clarity's sake, I think if we're looking just to maintain a certain level of small scale residential, then we would look to do that through the district plans as it's outside of a direct control. It's virtually impossible, and it's actually somewhat questionably legally as well in terms of any sort of overlays or what have you. So we would have to go in and do a block by block analysis to decide what areas should be preserved and not.
But even in the district plan language, it talks about a diversity of things, units, people, ages.
Correct. At the end of the day, we have a fairly liberal planning system that looks to achieve outcomes. So when you're looking at restricting neighborhood growth to a certain type, that is not how the district plans have been set up.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah. For the second part, aren't a lot of those questions, like the reviewing best practices relating to these things, in pretty comprehensive, publicly available documents from the zoning bylaw review? And some of those reports, even that were done in the pre-planning of it?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to some of those philosophical papers that were published prior to the real meat and potatoes of the zoning bylaw renewal. So that information is out there in terms of this motion, but also how that relates to city plan and, well, now the district plans, but really the city plan in that city that we were looking to achieve when we redid the zoning bylaw.
Yeah, well, and I see, like, I'm just looking at the website right now, like, when I look up Google zoning bylaw, there's even one that's like rationale for retiring the mature neighborhood overlay. That's right, pretty easily to find. Am I missing something? Is there, what new information are you?
So the information.
Sorry, just a second, I'm asking the mover. What new information are you trying to get from this that's not already been reviewed and comprehensively researched as part of the work we've already done? Or is publicly available to the mover?
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans walked away. He's not in the room right now.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. All right. So at this point, we have a motion on the floor, and we do not have the mover present. There he is. There was a question from Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to ask your question again?
Apologies.
I think there was a lot of tee up to that, so I'm fine. I'll just read the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions? Anyone to speak to the motion? Oh, a question? Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
I guess to the mover, there seems to, sort of the Councillor Rutherford was talking about some, previous information that has been put together. Rather than this motion, would it suit you to maybe compile, if the administration sort of could compile some of that information and that you can share then with?
And again, my sincere apologies to Councillor Rutherford for your time there. I had personal need. I think so. Why I want this report is I'm not the planner either. I don't want to come in with something that is haphazard or isn't fully thought out with the consequences or isn't fully doesn't address the concern of both the community or the planners here. I don't want to create something that even when you look at why things are done in certain areas, sometimes with hindsight it looks kind of random, right? So why I asked administration to help craft this motion is to bring with the guidance of the community league, this is what they are looking for, and so what would that look like and what would the consequences be? And that's sort of what I was trying to bring this together, because this may not accomplish what they want. It might be something else, but yeah.
And I guess to Mr. Pollock then, is that information readily available?
In different forms and packages, I think right now we can provide the advice that outside of a strict direct control for some sort of special character, a regulatory approach is not workable. So the easiest, or not the easiest, the most likely answer to this motion through policy is a change to the district plans, which would look to outline, as I mentioned, a block by block kind of analysis of and engagement of what parts of each of all of the neighborhoods in Edmonton should be preserved.
Okay, so just putting it simply into a memo wouldn't suffice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now I believe that is it for questions. I don't see anyone else with questions. Anyone to speak to this item? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, wanted to acknowledge the mover for bringing forward the voices of their community. I'm not able to support this because I think that the answer to this question has been provided time and time again, that the opportunity for creating more vibrant and inclusive, affordable, and environmentally sustainable communities involves adding many different forms of housing. I appreciate we talk a lot about housing choice, And so it could be said, well, if you're not preserving single detached housing, then you are not maintaining that choice. I would suggest that there are other ways of achieving what ground-oriented housing can provide through a range of higher density zones and leads to a more vibrant and sustainable mix. So I won't be supporting this and encourage my colleagues not to either.
Don't see anyone else on the board to speak to this. Councillor Jans, would you like to close?
I just want to mention, like Garneau welcomes density. Garneau has a lot of density. Garneau is still receiving density. There's still lots of apartment buildings going up in East Garneau right now. I think the question becomes when you see another project coming up on, like we just had this debate on 89th Avenue, where you might have a row house that could be 8 units, or it could be a row house in the same form, but it would be 4 townhouses that could be geared. If you have a 2-bedroom, makes it harder for a family, but if you have a 4-bedroom, it's a lot easier. So the expression that comes up a lot is family possible units. How do we enable more family possible units in a bigger way? And yes, I understand I live in a family 3-bedroom, but it does get tight, and other families may want more. And this is an opportunity to see what we can do to just try and offer a little more choice at like what is the extreme outlier of my ward. Even other neighborhoods, no one else is as dense as Garneau. Even over in Mill Creek, there's still a lot of houses. And then also apartment buildings too. And yes, I'm aware of the point access blocks and everything will help add more multi-unit buildings, but in the meantime, I still think this question is just going to keep coming up, and maybe as a new councillor, it's new to me, but I think the report would give us a satisfactory or something to take to the community to say, okay, if we're going to do this, this is what it'll mean. Because Garneau the elements of Garneau have been looking at restrictive covenants in the past and trying to say, you know what, this is what, if we want to preserve our homes, this is what we're going to do. And some have done that, some haven't, but that I think is not a consequence or not a path that any of us want to go down. So I'm trying to find a workaround here, and if this doesn't pass now, then I need to figure out something for district planning and ZBR review. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has been defeated. Okay, next we will go to notices of motion and motions without customary notice. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, I have a notice motion at the next council meeting that the turnover of existing city-owned parking machines currently scheduled for removal or deactivation as part of the hotspot implementation be paused. 2, the administration return to council with options to delay the turnover of existing city-owned parking machines currently scheduled for removal or deactivation as part of the hotspot implementation. And 3, a report identifying potential capital funding sources that could support the retention or upgrade of city-managed parking infrastructure, including but not limited to projects currently on pause, projects awaiting further information, or projects otherwise held in abeyance, with a goal of minimizing service disruption and maximizing long-term public value from the city's parking assets.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any other notices of motion and motions without customary notice? No, thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.